Hello, hello, and welcome on back to Control. Or welcome to Control, I don't know. I don't really know if I'm going to be playing much Control here, to be honest with you. I'll certainly try, certainly give it my best effort. But, yeah, man. Ooh, ho, ho. If you can't tell by the title of this live stream, just finished watching the Pluribus season finale. And oh my goodness gracious, it was phenomenal. It was so good, man. It was so good. It was also terrible. It was terrible, and it made me feel bad. What do you mean there's complicated characters? You can't have that. Not in my television shows. But, yeah, no. As soon as I'm done killing all these, fellas, I will be. Oh, dude, actually, I was thinking about it, because the last time I did this, it's funny, too. The last time I watched a season finale of a TV show that I was watching as it came out weekly was with, Severance. Sorry, I forgot the name of it for a second. But like, it was actually pretty funny because it's like I would say Control definitely gives like Severance vibes, like just sort of the corporate slash government slash bureaucratic setting, the like alienation from the outside world, the fact that like Jessie, our main character here, well, she's also a redhead, similar to Helly, but that's a more superficial similarity than an actual thematic one. Uh, but like, I don't know, there's a lot of parallels and a lot of like overlapping themes with Control and Severance. And then also, there's a lot of overlapping themes with Pluribus. A little less so, but still there, I think, you know? Uh, but yeah. Both of the main characters are lesbians. I don't think that's the case for Jessie. I would presume she's bi, but I don't know. We don't have a clear answer on what Jessie's sexuality is, unless we're counting Alan Wake 2 DLC, where she does have like it. I don't know if it's this Jessie or if it's like an alternate dimension Jessie or something like that. But like there is a romance with her and fucking Tim Breaker, i.e. Sean Ashmore, i.e. whatever the fucking main character's name is from Quantum Break, which I haven't played that game, so I don't know. But Courtney Hope is in that game. I think she's like the love interest for the main character, i.e. Sean Ashmore. I don't know the actual character's name. I know the actor's name. But yeah. But yeah, in Pluribus, I mean, there's at least the similarity of like a hive mind that is ostensibly good, that believes itself to be good, that has people arguing and advocating for the hive mind being good, even though, you know, most people on the outside see the hive mind as pretty evil and kind of fucked up. But yeah, man. Yeah. Don't be flashing over there, huh? What are you doing, flashing over there? But yeah, man, just watched the season finale of Pluribus. Fucking great show, man. Fucking fantastic. I fucking love TV, man. I feel like it's been such a good year for TV, just in particular for me, where it's like a lot of great seasons have come out this year. At least ones that I enjoyed. There's like The Chair Company, Smiling Friends Season 3. What's the Peacemaker? I like that. But yeah, I would say like no competition. Pluribus kind of beats everything else out for me. But it is fantastic. All right, okay. Let's go ahead and monetize this live stream in case any fool mistakenly or purposefully clicks on this one. Or clicks on my live stream. I don't know. But, yeah, man, fuck. Oof. I don't know. So, anyway, I've talked around it, for now, but if in case you want to watch Pluribus or you haven't seen the season finale, now's your chance to get out, to skedaddle, to run away and go watch something else. I would say watch some Pluribus, man. It's a pretty damn good show, I say. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was just like, I don't know. It was like a really good season finale, and like, I don't know. Again, for me at least, it's like, I don't know. I love like a lot of the characters in the show. I think it's very interesting, and it's, I don't know, it's fascinating seeing the direction the show's gonna take, and like I'm very curious to see how the motherfucking oh yeah, what the plot for the next season it's gonna be. I mean, you can roughly guess, but you know, it's like, you know the basic premise of it. Like, you know the basic, if you don't know the basic premise of Pluribus, it's that a hive mind comes in and kind of takes over the entire world and infects basically every single person on the planet, save for like 12 people. And it's like, I don't know, it's so fucking interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't just want to dive into my thoughts, because my thoughts are basically my problematic queen, Carol Sturka, and then my unproblematic king, Manosos Ovieta. I might be saying his last name wrong. I might also be saying his first name wrong. My apologies for that. But fucking Manosos? I think it's Manuso is ultimately how you say it. But like, oh, he was fantastic in this episode. Like, such a great foil to Carol. And like, I don't know, again, it's like, for me at least, oh, I gotta kill the mold hosts. I see now. I'm not actually going around trying to, like, destroy the little bulbs. I'm trying to kill the men. Okay, I see. Gotta go find the mold men and kill them. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a mold men around here. Bye-bye. There we go. But yeah, it's like such an interesting season finale. It's interesting, and I think it's also not, because I think it is kind of like, yeah, it's what you would expect. But like, to me, it captivated me the whole time. And again, it's like, oh yeah, like throughout the entire fucking show, basically, people have been like, oh man, I don't like Carol Sturka. Oh, Carol Sturka is a bad person. Oh, she's you know, being privileged and American and terrible and awful. And it's like, yes, but I think for the most part she is like completely reasonable. And if you truly have a problem with Carol's behavior, you're fucking insane. Like, you're being an insane person. There's something in there. Yeah, there's a person in there. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy, man. Wild. Is there a person in here? There's a person in here. Oh, and they're hiding behind the chair. Jesus Christ, this game is fucked up. Wow. Fascinating. But yeah, it is like, I don't know, I think it's a really interesting finale. But I don't know, again, to me it was very satisfying. It's like, it doesn't wrap up nicely, no, but it's like, there's probably going to be a season 2, and I'm excited for that season 2, you know? Can I even go from here to where I want to go? Yes, I want to go to Central Research. Central Research. Here we are. But yeah, it's I don't know, again, I'm trying to find like a way to talk about it that's not just me recapping what happened in the episode. But it was so good. Oh yeah, I guess again, going back to my feelings about like Carol, is that like so many people have been like so fucking mean about Carol. Like, yeah, she's a fictional character, she's not real, but it's like, I don't know, I kind of do think you're a freak based on how you treat and or talk about like fictional characters. Where it's like I don't know, for me at least, is like, first of all, they're not real. Like, they're not real characters. So it's like, or it's like they're not like real people. Night the world is mine, nobody. Yeah, okay, yeah, song lyrics. But yeah, it's like, to me at least, when you have a character that is like meant to be hateable, for example, like here, I'll just toss out like Micah Bell from Red Dead Redemption 2. I think you're just being a contrarian or like a little prick if you're like, oh, I like Micah Bell from Red Dead Redemption 2. Micah Bell's my favorite character. Like, you're talking like a nerd, and you're like purposefully being annoying or antagonistic or rage baiting, as I think some people would say, as, you know, complete nerds and losers would say, you know, full offense. And it's like disliking Micah Bell when he's on screen, like reasonable, like like not enjoying him as a character. Yeah, that's kind of the point of that character. But then it's like, if you're mad at like the actor, or you're upset with like the writers or anything, or you like turn off Red Dead Redemption 2 and you're like, oh, Micah Bell, what a fucking piece of shit. And it's like, you're not like discussing it, you're not like reflecting back on the game, you're just like genuinely feeling this hate in your heart for like a person that's not even real. I think it's a little weird. I think it is a little strange. And again, also, it's like, it's like, for me at least, I do not hate Carol by any means. I love Carol. I think she's great. And it's like, do I think she's like a great person? No. But that's why I fucking love her. She is my flawed, problematic queen. like God forbid a woman have flaws. God forbid. A fictional woman having flaws and being imperfect. Not in my TV show. I watched Breaking Bad, and I thought the worst character was Skylar White. Ooh, like, fuck you, man. Be a real human being. With, like, thoughts and a brain and, like, stuff going on that isn't just, like, misogyny. Alright. Hmm. Can't help but notice there's a bit of mold there. Well, yeah. How and why is there mold there? Ah! Look at that. Secrets. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, and now to the ritual division, which, if I recall correctly, is up here. No, it's not. Seems I have to go through luck and probability. Okay, that's dimensional research. I don't want to be going that way yonder. Go this way. This is the ritual division, but I can't go there quite just yet. I can't go that way to it. So luck and probability then. Okay, I get missed in some of these jobs, so that's really I missed that one. Where? So scary. Oh, don't scare me now with your screaming and your trying to kill me. Definitely unusual. Not totally par for the course. There's a lot of goons here. Rude. Curly. Just trying to talk about the TV. That's literally all I'm trying to do. But yeah, anyway, what was I saying before I was so rudely interrupted by people trying to kill me? I mean, can you believe it? Me. Come on, let me up there. Let me at it. Let me at it. Oh yeah, I would say that like the final episode is like I don't know if Carol is unlikable, but like I definitely did have a moment of like, come on, Carol, you're better than this. I know you are. But also I'm like, I'm kind of being foolish. She is not better than this. This is completely within her character and perfectly reasonable for her to do. It's like oh yeah, okay. This makes sense for Carol to do. But I'm like, come on, Carol. Oh, what's this? Oh shit.
It's done. It's just one large-scale HRA. It's an easy choice, no choice. It's there now. Protecting the most important thing from what's coming. I'll be there inside. Locked in. Ready to be blown away. Ready for the journey. To be blown flying into the water. Ready to see. To understand.
Oh, darling, what a freak. I love that man. Even though he may not be a man anymore. I'm not quite sure what he is. But he's lovable, nonetheless. Huh. Where does this go? Hidden location. Classic. What's on the radio? It's probably a good song. Can't play it though. Copyright. Come on, fellas. What do you think was gonna happen? What did you think was gonna happen here? You were all gonna slowly walk towards me and kill me to death? I mean, come on. I think we all know I'm better than that. And you should know that I am better than that. Hey now. Don't be doing all that. Hammer procedures. Fun. Alright, that all to be gained from this location? But yeah, I will say I love the little reveal of Darlene being in the Hedron resonator, or whatever it is, like the big giant thing that Jesse opens up at the end of the game. It's like, oh, apparently he put himself in that and kind of went on like a expedition of sorts, let's say. But yeah, that's really interesting to me. Is there even anything in here? Seems like there's nothing. Alright, fake me out, game. Go ahead. See if I care. Ooh. Shut up, you. Okay. Ritual division. And here's one. There we go. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I can't think of anything to say about Pluribus that is not just me like recapping the plot of the finale. But it's like, I don't know. I do think it's a little bit of a perfect finale of like Carol, our main character, it's falling for the hive, falling for Zosia, quote unquote, you know. But it's like, I don't know, like Minosos figuring out that it's like they're all connected via radio waves, or that like that's how they communicate, and then like exploiting that to try and like free them. I don't know, it was like so touching. Like I really loved him like like having the radio right next to the to this guy Rick, and he's just like, Rick, remember who you are, Rick, come back, Rick. And it's like, I don't know, it's such like a really touching and genuine moment, and it is like a little bizarre that it's like people are calling Minosos an asshole. Like I afterwards with like, honestly, this is just what I do because I'm like, I want to see if anyone pointed out any details I missed or is saying anything interesting. So like I'll go to like the discussion thread for like an episode that just airs, And it's like mostly people just being like, oh, I like this scene, or oh, I like this part, or oh yeah, wow, here's my opinion. And usually it's not a very good opinion, no offense. But no, I think some of it is interesting. But like seeing people call like Minosos an asshole, it's like, well, yeah, he's kind of an asshole, but he's also like kind of rightfully paranoid, because it's like it's so funny that Carol's like, hey, why do you want to like be under the umbrella? Like what's up with that? And he's like, oh, they have eyes from above and they can read our lips, and I don't want them eavesdropping on this conversation. And it's like Carol is like annoyed with it, but it's like they were literally watching Minosos via like a fucking drone camera. So he's like he's literally not wrong. That it's like the hive is spying on him, and he doesn't want them to overhear his conversation. Because also Carol literally does the same thing. And then it's like, it's funny. It's like Carol's arc is really interesting, where in the beginning she did not trust the Plurbs, didn't want to have anything to do with them, you know, was extremely distrustful of them. And then when she meets Minosos, she literally quotes like Lakshmi and all the other survivors, where she's like, you didn't even talk to the Plurbs, you didn't even talk to like the aliens or the hive mind or whatever it is, because it like, again, I find it to be really interesting how this like supposed hive mind works, where it's like they make decisions that like, I just feel like if everyone was suddenly connected, if everyone had like shared the same brain, it's like the Plurbs don't make decisions that make sense to me, you know? Because like I don't know. Maybe if you did like connect with every single person on the planet, and like you all shared like a consciousness, maybe you would just be like, hey, you know what? Nothing else really matters. This shit is fucking awesome. I'm finally at peace and I feel whole and right and good. So now I just want to like send this signal out because we found the signal and it's pretty great. So we should send the signal out. And that is kind of the goal of the Plurbs. That's what their main prerogative is. So yeah, I guess it does make a certain amount of sense. But yeah, I don't know, it is like such a great little thing, and it's like, I don't know, it's also really funny. Like, there's some really funny moments. Like, I think by far the funniest moment is, like, Carol getting annoyed at Minosos snapping at her, which, like, that shit's fucking real as fuck, alright? Like, again, to be fair to this guy, to this person, I don't think he was doing it in, like, a mean or malicious way. But, like, when I was a stalker at a grocery store, there was one guy, he wasn't even the manager, he was the assistant manager, and, like, I would be, like, listening to a podcast or music or something as I was, like, stalking the grocery store, and he would, like, come down the aisle and like whistle at me, and like I didn't say anything about it, but like every time this guy whistled at me, I'm like, I'm not a fucking dog, don't whistle to me. Like, if you want to talk to me or check in or do whatever, because like, again, no offense to this guy, he's not doing shit. Like, he's just like, hey, so you working over here? Like, yeah, man, I'm working, I want to get fucking paid. Like, I didn't come here to not work. Like, I came here to get paid, but you keep your job and get paid if you're not working. But yeah, it's like every time this guy fucking whistled at me, I was like, don't fucking whistle at me. But yeah, like like Carol getting reasonably upset at this guy snapping at her, and then him like so sarcastically afterwards is like, may I have the telephone, please? Like, it's so fucking good. Oh man. Like that shit is human. Like, fucking, I don't know, again, you can argue for the hive mind if you want, you fucking traitor to the human race. But, like, conflict is human. Like, sometimes being a human is like being a dickhead to someone. It's just like, it's just the nature of humanity. Obviously, should you be a dick? No, you should be nice and kind and polite. But sometimes it's like somebody does some rude ass shit to you, and it's like you go, hey, fuck you, asshole.
I think that's the last one.
Alright.
I should let Underhill know.
Ugh. Huh. But yeah, I don't know, it is such a interesting show, because it's like, then I fucking love the fact, like, it breaks my heart a little bit, and I'm like, Carol, no, what are you doing? But like, Carol kinda, like, falling in love with Zosia / it's not Zosia, it's every single person on the planet. But like, falling in love with the hive mind, and then like siding with them ultimately is like, I don't know, it's so, it like makes perfect sense. And then the only reason why Carol goes back and tries to save the world with Monosos is because she's going to be infected and plurbed and be forcefully brought into the hive mind. It's like only after she finds that out is she like, okay, fine, I'm gonna go back and help Monosos, and then also I'm gonna have a fucking atom bomb. Like, I think it is a perfect arc for her. But yeah, and then also, like, the intro for that episode is like so fucking sad, man. Fuck. I fucking had her name in my head, and now I'm Kusamayu. I think that's how you say her name. I might be saying it wrong, but like, her like kind of becoming, her joining the hive mind is like such a fucking tragic scene in a lot of ways, because it's like she's like nervous about it, she's scared, or I don't know if she's scared necessarily, but she is nervous. She's like, ooh, I don't know, it's a big moment, it's a big thing. And then it's like the village is like singing while this is happening, and then like eventually they just stop, because it's like, okay, we've got her now, we don't have to keep up the charade anymore. And it's like so interesting. And then like, and it's like they all then just leave the village that she's in Peru, and like, I don't know, it is so sad, especially when she like opens up the gate and lets all the animals out, and then that baby goat that she was feeding earlier is like crying out after her, like trying to follow her, and then she just like walks away and leaves. It's like, oh, breaks my heart, man, breaks my heart. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to Dr. Underhill now, which I do so by going this way. But yeah, it's like, oh, I don't know, it's such an interesting ending. Well, like, again, I'm like, oh, I am really excited for season 2 because it's like I'm very interested in the like technicals of how the hive mind works. Because like again, I'm kind of with most people on like, yeah, hive mind inherently bad. But also I think you are somewhat of a fool if you think that it's like, oh, well, I am an individual person. I like my individuality, my autonomy to a certain extent. And I wouldn't like for that to be given up. I think it, like again, we as like individuals have this bias towards individuality of like people are different, they're made to be different, and it's like again, I think it is like an interesting thing of like let's say you're like a serial killer, and it's like you are now part of the same hive mind as like people who were friends and family of the victims you killed, right? It's like, isn't that such a bizarre sort of thing where it's like it's like weird. I don't know how you really reconcile that. Like I think it might be easier to do, but it's like, I don't know, it would feel weird, right? Of like, oh hey, I'm this person, but I'm also this person. Like it would be so fucking strange. But like I don't know, it's kind of funny because I thought about this while playing Spider-Man 2 of all things, with like that game has Venom, and like Venom's like kind of main goal sometimes is like, oh, I want to take over the world and infect everyone with Venom, and it's like I don't really know why you want to do that, Venom. It kind of just seems like usually you're gay for Eddie Brock or whoever you're bonded with. Like, you're kind of in, like, this weird pseudo-relationship with them. But, I mean, hey, man, you want to take over the world? I mean, I think that's kind of cool, you know? I'm glad to see you got ambitions. But, like, playing that game, it's just like, oh, yeah, this would be bad. It would be bad if Venom took over the world and, like, it connected everyone. And it's like, I kind of do agree, but also I'm like, why exactly is it bad? Like wouldn't it be kind of sick if you could just like connect with everyone and then also have like Venom powers? Like, I'm not saying Venom is necessarily a good guy, but I am saying that I think having Venom powers would be kind of cool. Come on, have at you, Invisipo. But yeah, so it's like, to me at least, I think there's like a reason to argue both for and against like a hive mind. Because it's like, I think if you inherently kind of go, oh, well, a hive mind would be good. Everyone would understand each other and there would be peace on Earth. Ergo, it's a good thing. And it's like, oh, but if there was a hive mind, then individuality would be erased. Ergo, it's a bad thing. It's like, well, yeah, it's like both those things are kind of true. That's why you have to actually reason through and think about why would a hive mind be good and why would a hive mind be bad. As like, ultimately, I'm kind of on the side of like, hive mind bad, but it's like, of course I am. I'm an individual person. I wouldn't want to be someone else. I actually like being me, and if I was me, but also everyone else on the planet, I'd be like, well, I'm basically no one then. I'm everyone, and I'm also no one, and I'm really no longer me, and I feel like that's kind of fucked up. I feel like me, the guy that I am, Liam, PostModernLemon, this guy, he wouldn't like that shit. I'd be like, what? I don't want to be this fucking loser who has a dumbass opinion that I don't like. I don't want to be this, like, ontologically evil person. Like, think about it, man. You're like both the cop and a prisoner. You're both a killer and a pacifist. You're so many different things that it's like it would just ultimately be bizarre and strange to hold all these different identities. And again, it's like also it's like how and why is there a consensus? Like, because I feel like if you just put, like, individual personalities together, like, you put, like, 10 different people into, like, one person, I feel like there would not be a consensus. Maybe that's the only way they could operate, is if there was a consensus, but it's like, what if there's, like, one dissenting voice? What if there's one guy who's like, yeah, hey, listen, I know the 9 other guys in this body with me, they want to, like, make food and like spread joy and do all that stuff, but me, I just want to fucking torture people. I want to starve to death slowly and torture people. It's like like again, how do you reconcile that? How does that come out in the wash? Do the 9 people just kind of overpower that one dissenter? Of like, hey, listen, we're 9 different people, and we're also this one guy who's an asshole. We're just saying fuck the asshole. Like, we're not listening to him. I don't know, again, either way, it's very interesting. And it's like, I'm curious to see how the show is going to work out and if the problem of the hive mind is going to be resolved or addressed. Because, like, I don't know, I do love Minoso's line to Carol of, like, do you want to save the world or do you want to get the girl? And fucking Carol's like, well, I want to get the girl. I've got the girl. I'm good. And it's like, Carol, no, you're not. Where it's like, again, even when she is happy, she's at the ski laws with Zosa, i.e. the hive mind. She's like, I don't know. I feel happy. I got all the happy chemicals in my brain, yet I still feel uneasy. I still don't feel like I can be fully happy. And then, you know, kind of the shoe drops, and it's like, oh yeah, also, dude, you're gonna get infected, Carol. You're gonna become a part of the hive mind. And then Carol's like, oh, okay, well, fuck this then. And I do think it's so great. Because I think so many people are, like, kind of anti-Carol. It's like, yeah, Carol's kind of real as fuck. I love that she is a flawed individual, a flawed character. Like, again, it's like, God forbid a woman have fucking flaws. It is so strange and bizarre to me that it's like, there's this weird standard that's, like, upheld for characters when it's like the whole point, at least in my mind, to me, with media, is that you're supposed to empathize with the character, even if you disagree with them, even if you see them doing the wrong thing, you're supposed to empathize with them. And it's like, I do, man. It is like kind of seeing Carol do the wrong thing. I was like, fuck. I'm a little sad that's what she's doing, but also I'm like, I understand. I get why she's doing that, you know? It makes sense to me. Yeah. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it's such an excellent finale, and it's such a wonderful year for television, wonderful year for games. Dude, I fucking love consuming media. Sue me, man. Alright? The world might be fucked. It might be ending terrible people are out there doing evil shit, but you know what, man? Media fucking rules. Ooh. I doubt they'll use the nuke, but like I kind of take the like Carol asking for the nuke as like protection slash like I don't know what I'm not sure if I can come up with the exact word I'm looking for, but it's like kind of it's protection essentially. It's the nuclear arms race of like, hey, it's mutually assured destruction. That's what I was looking for. Is that's kind of her backup plan. That's like, if everything goes wrong and I'm going to be like forcefully implemented or infected into the hive, then I'm gonna fucking nuke some stuff. But I seriously doubt they'll use it. Yeah, deterrent. Oh yeah. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what they'll do with season 2. Because again, the thing I'm really excited for, and the thing I'm very curious about, is like, I want to know exactly how the hive mind works. Like, my favorite moment from the episode by far is Minosos, it like using like the radio wave and like figuring out that like when you like scream at like one of the plurbs. And they go into their like state of like shock, or they start seizing up, that it's like that's when they're kind of removed. That's when the radio signal that keeps them all in communication with each other is interrupted, and like him going like, Rick, come back. Rick, remember who you are. You don't have to be a part of this anymore. You can be yourself again. It's like, that was so interesting. And it's like, would it have worked? I don't think so. But like, that's probably a way to actually disconnect someone from the hive, of like using radio signals or like interrupting the connection. Because like, I don't know, I almost think that like, when they do remove someone from the hive mind, or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, they'll probably still retain all those memories. Like, all the memories that are in their brain, it's like they're still going to have that. And it's going to be like weird finding their own identity again, where they have like literally billions of other people's identities with them in their brain. But it's like one single human mind is not capable of like storing the memories of, like 7 odd billion people. So yeah, I doubt they'll actually use the nuke, but I don't know. I think it would certainly be a great visual. I would love it if they did use the nuke. But yeah, I don't really see what purpose they would they would like actually use it, other than like all hope is lost. Now they're just like gonna blow up a town or a city or a bunch of the infected people out of spite. But again, could be wrong about that. Yeah, Yeah, I will say I do think it is different, because it's like what Carol did with Zosia was she like drugged her, and I don't know. Yeah, it's like that is kind of curious of like what exactly happened to Zosia in that moment, because it's like pretty quickly the hive mind caught on and they all like started coming out. Honestly, that was like probably the most terrifying scene in the show, where like Carol is like trying to get answers out of Zosia, and like every single person in the hospital like comes out and they start crying and going like, please Carol, stop. Like that was a terrifying scene. But it's like, yeah, I wonder if it's like a combination of that, of like with the right amount of drugs or stimuli, that's how you can disconnect someone from the hive mind. Or if it's just a matter of like the biological imperative, where it's like I don't know, I think it's kind of interesting because they're not concerned with starving. Like, they're fine with starving, but they also like because yeah, it's like Carol never really asked them. It's like, hey, would you be cool if I shot one of you? Like what if I asked you to give me a gun so that way I could shoot one of you? Like one of the people who are part of the hive mind. Would you care about that, or would you be like, whatever makes you happy, and then they would just like allow you to kill people? Because it's like, I don't know, I think on one hand it might be fear of like being disconnected from the hive, but then also it might be fear of like mortal danger for like, you know, this particular body. Because yeah, I think that's also an interesting thing too, is that like take for example Helen before she died wound up being like she like was part of the hive mind before she died, so her memories are contained within the hive mind. So it's like I don't see why they would particularly care about like one individual dying over the other. It just like I think they might just be concerned with like manpower, or again the other possibility that somebody could be disconnected from it. So many questions, and probably gonna have to wait at least a year, if not longer, for the answers. But I'm willing to wait. I am a gamer after all. All right. I mean, Control came out in 2019, and then Alan Wake 2 came out in 2023. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of a short time period of like 4 years in between Control and Alan Wake 2, and then now 3 years between Alan Wake 2 and Control Resonant. But I'm willing to wait. I have patience. But yeah, I'm very excited for season 2 of Pluribus.
I found the hosts. They won't be spreading any more mold.
Well done. I'll send burn teams to sanitize the locations. I'm beginning to wonder if these hosts are originating outside the threshold in independent patches of mold growth.
You don't sound very optimistic.
Optimism is for farmers, as my mother always said. I suppose you could now return to that hiss business you all seem so concerned about.
This woman has some incredible tunnel vision. I'll see you later, Rhea.
Dr. Underhill, if you please. Goodbye for now.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it is under 2 years, but
All clear.
I don't know. I'm kind of curious when Pluribus began filming and like how long it took to actually get off the ground. Because like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not the one paying for the Apple TV Plus subscription. Plus, if I didn't have an Apple TV Plus subscription, I could just watch the show another way. But like, Pluribus and Severance are like the two shows that I'm like, those two shows alone are worth getting an Apple TV Plus subscription, at least for a month, just to binge them. I don't know. Honestly, I think kind of the interesting thing would be like if there are going to be like any other survivors. Oh wow, that's pretty good. 2024 from February to September. Yeah, that's pretty fast. But yeah, it's like you gotta assume Kumba slash Mr. Diabate, he's gonna be around for season 2, and then I would assume also Lakshmi. But like we know Kusamayu got incorporated into the hive mind, which like that was a haunting scene. Of just of like the moment everyone stopped singing, and then just like it as soon as the process was done, they all just started packing up, and they're all like smiling. It's like maybe it's a good thing, but it certainly doesn't look like it from the outside. All right. What other missions I got besides the final DLC? I suppose I could do this. Yeah, I don't know. It is so weird to me how the hive mind works, where it's like I don't know. It's very weird. It's like again, if you take like Zosia at face value, it's like they're really excited to read Carol's book. Like they have a desire for new like stimuli, but they don't actually want to like create anything for themselves. I will say another kind of interesting slash funny thing with Pluribus is that I think it is kind of commentating on the fact that like this idea of like a monoculture is not necessarily a good thing, because like I do find it to be a bizarre take that people have where they'll talk about like, oh, I miss when there was a monoculture. I miss when everyone was focusing on the same thing and everyone knew what everyone else was talking about. And it's like, well, first of all, that was never real. Like, there's always going to be a couple of people, like, and by a couple of people, I mean like thousands, if not billions, if not more, depending on where you are and how you want to consider the monoculture. Like what your definition of it is. But it's like this idea that it's like, oh, it's sad that like, everyone's not watching the same thing and everyone's not keeping up with like a lot of things. It's like, I don't know, to me it's like weird that it's like you consider that to be a bad thing. Where it's like, yeah, it's a little sad when you want to talk to somebody else and you're like, hey, you watch this TV show? No, I haven't watched this TV show. Have you watched this TV show that I'm watching? No, I haven't watched that TV show. Oh, okay. Like, like you can just talk about the TV shows. Like, you don't have to have necessarily seen them in order to discuss them. But like, I don't know. It is rather weird that it's like. Again, people miss that when it's like, first of all, it was a myth, but then second of all, it's like, I kind of think it's good. I think it's good that people have their own niches. I don't know how you say that exactly, But like people have their own interests, they have their own groups, they have their own like interests and stuff that they can choose to pursue and be interested in. You know, it's like I'm sure there's plenty of people who haven't watched like either Severance or Pluribus, just because they don't have an Apple TV subscription and they don't really want to get one, and they also don't really want to or know how to, you know, sail the high seas, let's say. So what am I doing here? I'm looking for mold. That's the thing I'm doing here, ostensibly. Yeah, is it gonna be over here? Okay, yes, it is. There's at least some over here. But yeah, it is, to me at least, I think an interesting commentary where it's like, individuality is what makes cultures. You know, it's like you can learn about a culture, you can, like, see it from the outside in, but you can't really, like, understand it, you know? It's like, that's kind of why I think, with Kusamayu, joining with the, with like the hive mind, it is a bit tragic because it's like, again, I have no real personal knowledge or like connection to Peruvian culture, but it's like my my stepmom is Peruvian, and for one summer I went to Peru, and it was like a very interesting experience for me, you know. Whereas, like, I'm not a part of this culture, but I can, like, experience some of it and, like, have an appreciation for it, but it's not something that...
Might get a bit stuffy in here.
that will ever be, like, not that it can't be, but it's something that will never be, like, mine. You know? Where it's like, I'm an American. I have an American culture. In my bones, in my brain, and whatever I got. And it's like, I don't know, again, when you have, like, every single idea, you have every single culture in you, you don't have, like, an actual culture, you know? It's like, I don't think there's one culture that's better than another, but it's like, they are different. There is a difference there. And it's like good to get along and for people to be able to go where they want and have the freedom to do that. But also it's like there is something about holding on to what is yours. I don't know, again, I feel like I might be veering into like weird, I don't know, what would be the term for like cultural preservation territory of like I think cultural preservation is good, but then like I feel like also as an American I'm like, oh, I'm not being like a conservative weirdo about it, or at least I don't think so. I might be. Feel free to let me know if I am. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's like, Okay, not up here. I know there are plants around here for me to help out. Actually, I will kind of relate it to one of my favorite bits of all time, and it comes from Grand Theft Auto 5, where in that game there's like a hipster radio station run by DJ George, i.e. Twin Shadow, the artist slash musician. Where he kind of like it's a bit in the game, but he talks about this thing of like it's like if everyone is unique in exactly the same way, well then no one's very unique. And I've been thinking about this a lot while listening to freeform jazz. I sold my llama farm a long time ago. It was a metaphorical llama farmer course. Very post-irony. Where he's like, he's going on this like weird, bizarre rant about being a hipster, but it's like, he does kind of have a point of like, if everyone is trying to be weird or unique or doing everything in exactly the same way, well then it's like nobody's being very unique. Nobody's having any interesting ideas. It's like that's kind of where the beauty of life comes in, of like, I don't know, I'm sure I could have come up with a show that's similar to Pluribus that might touch upon like some of the same themes, or like even like a hive mind idea. But it's like I wouldn't be able to write Pluribus in the way which Vince Gilligan and all the other writers who worked on that show would have done it, you know? It's like if you had someone else playing the lead role, Carol, rather than Rhea Seahorn, it's like it would be a fundamentally different performance. And it's like, it might be good, it might be bad, it might somehow be even better, but it's like, I like Rhea Seahorn, I really like her performance as Carol. I think she brings like a lot of life to that character. It makes her like very endearing while also making her like reasonably like imperfect, which is again such a bizarre response you see from people where they're like mad or upset at this character. Like, I don't know, again, I find it weird that it's like some people will see the hive mind and will take it like immediately as like, oh, the hive mind is a metaphor for collectivism, or it's a metaphor for communism, and it's like that's the only thing the show is saying or talking about. And it's like, I don't think it's that. It's like, I think it is in some ways like a COVID allegory.
There you go. Doesn't that feel better?
Aww. It's like kind of a COVID allegory, but it's not quite that, you know? Like, I think it's more inspired by it rather than like directly commentating upon
Welcome back
that.
to the land of the living, little buddy.
Where it's like, some people, I've seen some people refer to like Carol as like an anti-vaxxer. And it's like, I don't think that's what Carol is, as like a metaphor or as like an individual character, you know? Like, she is someone who is interested or cares greatly about like autonomy and individuality. Oh yeah, the baby goat, like crying out for her and her just not caring at all, was it was definitely a heartbreaking moment. But I don't know, I honestly don't know if there's a specific moment that turned me against the hive mind. Of like, I think I am kinda with Carol and Monosos in the sense that's like, I am like inherently distrustful of it. Of like, I just kind of see like, I see why you would be against it, and I think it is something you can argue is good, but like, it's something you would have to argue for, in my opinion. Hey, come on, man, I'm trying to explore here. Cause yeah, how do I? Oh, I know how I get in there. Yep, there we go. Where it's like, I don't, honestly, this might be a weird reason, or like an odd thing that turned me against the hive, but like, when the hive is like unable to handle Carol's emotions, like the fact that if like you're getting upset with the hive mind, that they just like start seizing up. It's like, I think that is like such a cruel thing. Like, it's so cruel of them to like, essentially they killed Carol's wife. They killed her wife and then took her memories and now use it for like to manipulate Carol. And like you see that especially in episode 8, right? Where Zosia comes back and like she is acting like Helen. Like, she is very much taking on Helen's mannerisms and like doing all the things that Helen would do. And like I think another thing for me, at least, where again I'm kind of like initially against the hive mind, but like in particular the conversation Carol has with the guy in bike shorts. I forget what his name is, but I really like that guy, and I really like the actor. Like, I think the actor does a great job. But like when she's interrogating him, and she kind of like is pressing him on what Helen thought about her books, and like the way he describes how Helen thought of the books, of like in her mind she used the word cotton candy. It's mostly harmless, but it's not anything substantial. It's not anything that's going to be changing the world. And then her asking, like, what did she think about my my other book, my unpublished book? And the hive mind is like, she thought it was all right. And Carol's like asking for specifics of like, well, what'd she think about the ending? What about the last 200 pages? That's where I really put my heart into that book. And it's like, Helen stopped reading on page 250 something. But she did read the last like 2 or 3 pages, and she thought it wrapped up nicely. And it's like, if Helen was there, if Helen still existed, is like, that's not how that conversation would go. Of like, if Carol was pressing Helen and trying to get her opinion on her unpublished book, it's like, that's not how the conversation would go. So it's like, even if they have all the memories of Helen, it's like they have effectively killed Helen, and Helen is no longer there. And it's like, again, with their weird thing of like, they're very careful not to hurt Carol's feelings. It's like, that's not how a relationship is. Like, that's the thing with a relationship, is that you are supposed to be, not always, depends on what kind of relationship you have. But it's like, you're supposed to be honest, and you're supposed to be vulnerable, It's like the fact that it's like, this is the person who is closest to you, and they can hurt you in ways that other people could not. And you kind of expect them not to, but it's like they can, and that's what happens when you fight. So it's like this idea of like them like analytically describing Helen's thoughts about the book. It's like, that's not how it would be. It's not how humanity is. Like, again, I have this, it is like this weird thing too, where it's like, why are they so against like interfering with other biological life? Like, it's such a weird thing where it's like, I feel like maybe I'm wrong here, but like, maybe the majority of humans altogether would be like, hey, we don't have to eat meat anymore. Let's not kill and slaughter animals and consume their meat. If they die of natural causes and we're able to harvest their meat, sure, we can do that, but we won't kill them anymore. But then it's like, they're also like, oh, we won't pick an apple from a tree. And it's like, I feel like the majority of people, if everyone on the planet was in a single consciousness, they would be like, oh yeah, we can pick an apple from a tree. That's why the tree grows apples. We pick apples from the apple tree, and then we plant seeds and allow another apple tree to grow. And then we can harvest more apples from that apple tree, and then it continued to plant another apple tree in exchange for harvesting its fruit. Like, it is like a weird symbiotic relationship we have on planet Earth with both animals and plants. But it's like that's the relationship we have. Sometimes it's cruel and sometimes it's terrible, you know, in terms of like mass farming. But it's like with plants, it's like that is how it's supposed to be. Like, plants don't really have feelings. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it's like a plant's incentive is to grow. They need sunlight, water, and nutrients, soil. And it's like, I don't know, again, there's something about them that is so inhuman to me that it's like weird to be on their side. Of like, even if it is good, even if it is peaceful, it's not human. It's something else. Like, maybe it is just how everyone would be if they were all connected in a hive mind, but it's like, it feels wrong. At least to me. But again, I think that's really the interesting thing about the show, and like the ultimate strength of it is that there's reasons and arguments for either side of it. It's like, I would say it's kind of like a similar thing with like Severance, of like this idea of like an innie v an outie. Like, does an innie deserve autonomy? Are they a different person from the outie, or are they like fundamentally the same person, just one of them lacking memories? I don't know. I think for me it's hard to say so definitively. But it's like, ultimately you have an opinion on it. Because, like, I don't know, again, also you take that scene with Diabate, where he's doing, like, the... I don't know, again, I might be wrong, but he's doing, like, a James Bond thing, where he's, like, playing at the casino, and, like, everyone is around, and they're all drinking from martini glasses, and they're talking in the background, and then, you know, they're playing poker with him. But then, like, the second he leaves the room, they all drop the act, and they just, like, immediately go to, like, okay, now we gotta pick up the glass, and then we gotta put all this stuff away. Where it just, like, it feels so bizarre to me. And again, it's, like, something that is, like, almost inhuman about it, where it's like, what is their goal? What is their purpose? Like, like, they have, like, you know, 7 billion plus people already a part of the hive mind. Why do they need, like, these last 12 people? Like, what benefit are they going to get having these last 12 people that they don't already have? Because it seems like their goal is to build, like, a giant radio tower in order to send, like, the signal out into space, so that way they can spread this hive mind virus that connects everyone together. So it's like, what is the real reason for them deciding to, like, infect the last 12 people that are there? Is it really out of kindness and compassion? Of, like, this is so great and it's such a wonderful gift that we have that we can't help but want to share it with the few people who haven't received this gift? Or is it something more sinister? I don't know. Either way, I think it is really interesting, because, again, too, it's like they are very manipulative, where it's like they kind of were intentionally misleading Carol when they were like, oh, we can't make this disease without your consent. And then also it's like the fact that with Kusamayu, that, like, she breathed in her specialized kind of dose, where it's like it's like they don't need to inject Carol. They don't need to actually cause her any harm. They could just essentially gas her out once they've gotten the actual, I don't know, needed like science done in order to tailor the virus to her, you know? So it's like they'll pretend and act like they care about consent, but ultimately they don't care about consent. Where it's like, you can argue for like the biological imperative, and it's like, huh.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Good old government agencies. Oh, hey.
This certainly feels familiar.
But yeah, it's like, say for example, I have a biological imperative to survive and to live, and like, like say for example, if you were starving, if you like hadn't eaten any food, and you just needed something to sustain yourself, to continue to live, it's like, would that justify you like finding a person and eating them? Like I don't think so, right? It's like just because the hive claims they have this like biological imperative to infect as many people as possible, that doesn't necessarily make it a good thing, you know? Because it's like, I don't want to get too dark, obviously, but it's like, you can make that argument for like, you know, awful things that human beings do to each other, but it's like, that doesn't make it right, you know? It's like the human species might have this biological imperative to reproduce, but that doesn't give you the right to do it forcefully to someone who doesn't want to reproduce with you, right? So it's like, yeah, I don't know, again, I think that's also an interesting phrasing, is that they can't control themselves. Because it's like, again, I'm so curious about how the hive mind works, of like, what level of control do they have? Like, what kind of autonomy do they possess? Whereas, like, they're all more than willing to bend over backwards to please the few remaining unplurred people, let's say. But then they will, say, for example, abandon an entire city if they feel like their power or their lives, I guess, are threatened. Like I don't know, for example, it's like they're willing to give Carol a live grenade, even to the point where they're willing to give Carol an atomic nuclear bomb, but they draw the line at Carol trying to get them to answer questions that they don't want to answer. It feels like a bizarre line that they have, but it's like they do have that line. Also, I'm never gonna find where these last two plants are. I gotta assume they're like, yeah, they're not gonna be here. They're gonna be in the operations corridor, or maybe in the operations area. Let me know if you haven't seen me walking past a plant that seems to be wanting to live, or a plant that's looking like it's needing a little light. But yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately the thing with the hive mind too is that it's like they're so like deceptively smart. Where it's like they really do have the collective kind of genius or brain processing power of like every single person on the planet, so they're able to like kind of figure out like, oh hey, you know, we can be very technical, like Carol even makes the joke is like, oh, good to see that every single lawyer is in there with you. Whereas like they speak with like a lot of technicalities of like, well, yeah, hypothetically, we would like again, even with their whole like vegetarian bit, where they're like, ideally we would like to be vegetarian, or it's like we would prefer to be vegetarian. Yeah. Also, again, I do think it is such a weird thing that it's like they can't lie. Because, I don't know, again, I think a lot of people do have the principle of like, lying is always wrong and you should never lie. But also it's like, I feel like a lot of people are at least okay with like white lies, right? You know? Like, if you're, oh, well, you just got here, in terms of gameplay, I'm just wandering around looking for plants. That's the current gameplay. But talking about Pluribus, the TV show, the season finale just aired, and I thought it was excellent. I loved the whole show through and through. And season finale, I would say it wrapped up satisfactorily, but it's like there's gonna be a season 2, and I'm very excited for season 2. I would say it kind of reminds me of Severance, which is another show on Apple TV Plus. Oh, okay. This plant was right here in front of me. There we go. Now there should be one more around here. There it is. Right in front of me the whole time. Alright. I'm free. Hey, if you haven't seen Pluribus, would you join up with a hive mind? If every single person in the world, like, yeah, how susceptible are you to peer pressure? Alright? Listen, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, maybe you wouldn't jump off a bridge with them. But what if the entire world, approximately like 7.8 billion people, all were telling you to join the hive mind of the 7 billion people? Would you do it? Because on one hand, it's like, they do say that they're very happy, and it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. But on the other hand, you know, I kind of like being an individual. I've kind of been one my entire life. Like, I haven't lived alone. I'm not naive enough to believe that, to believe that everything appears out of no one, or out of nowhere. That's pretty interesting. Cause yeah, I think it is weird where it's like, I don't know how much freedom you would have, and even on an individual level, it's like, I think the idea of freedom is really interesting. Where it's like, you have like, I don't know, I would say there's like two different kinds of freedom. there's like ideological freedom or like internal mental freedom, and then there's also physical freedom. And it's like sometimes they're aligned, sometimes they are different things, you know? It's like, for example, I could in my head imagine myself flying. Like flying without the use of an airplane, just levitating around. Like, say, Jesse, the character in the game I'm playing, in Control. It's like, I could imagine this happening, but it's like, I can't levitate, you know? And it's like, even if I were to, like, because you can, like, simulate a zero-gravity environment, you need to have the resources, the ability, the money, whatever you need in order to facilitate that. It's like, you don't have the physical freedom to just levitate out of nowhere. And it's like, there's also this interesting idea of like, how much do you think your brain, kind of in a way your genetics, determines how you are and how you think, you know? Because like, I think again it comes to this interesting idea of like nature v nurture, you know? Where it's like, how much of you is because of how you were raised or how you choose to behave or how you choose to think, and how much of yourself is attributed to just how you were made, you know? Like whether you believe that you were made by an entity of some kind or just via, you know, the genetic lottery, let's say. Because, like, I don't know, this might be a bit of a personal story or a personal detail about me. But one thing about me is I have hyperhidrosis, which is a fancy way of saying I sweat excessively, on my hands. It's on my hands and my feet, but, like, my feet, not really a problem or an issue most of the time. And the few times it has been, quite embarrassing. But, like... I don't know, a fundamental memory growing up for me is like, I remember I was like, I don't know, I was giving somebody a handshake or, you know, like casually touching someone, like either on their shoulder or like playing like a game, you know? And like, I can't remember who it was or what the situation was, but I have this distinct memory of like touching someone and them going, "Ew, why are your hands wet?" And it's like kind of from that moment onwards I was like, oh, I have to like actively avoid like like touching people because I have sweaty hands that will gross people out. And, like, it is kind of a funny thing, because it is a genuine problem, where it's like, say, for example, doing job interviews, where it's like, usually during a job interview, you're expected to shake the person's hand. And, like, it's like every time, either I'm praying that my hands aren't sweating, or if they are, it's like I always got to make sure to quickly, like, wipe them, or try to get them as not wet as possible so that way I can do a handshake. Because, like, to me, that's better. It's better to even give someone a slightly moist handshake than to be like, oh, hey, you might not want to shake my hand, it's sweaty. And so, like, for me, it's like, I don't know, it's like, part of that, it gives me this mental barrier to, like, touching people. Like, again, not in an inappropriate way, but, like, in just a general way of, like, you know, I'm not, like, putting my hand on someone's shoulder, or I'm like, more prone to, like, just be like, oh, yeah, hey, how's it going? We're gonna maintain a reasonable distance between each other. Oh, yeah, anyway, where's this loading bay? That's the map button. Okay, I know where that is. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Again, it's like the idea of a hive mind, I think in a lot of ways is appealing, because it's like, imagine not having to explain that to someone. Like, if you have something weird or odd about you, you no longer have to explain it. Like, it's no longer required for you to be like, oh, hey, just so you know, I can't do this, or I'm unable to do this. Like, they would just simply know. Like, it would be, I think in some ways very good, but I think in a lot of other ways, not necessarily a good thing. Because, like, again, also, it's like, if you have, like, every single person's brain, or, like, you're connected to every single person, how can you really have freedom within that? You know? Because, like, again, I think the show intentionally doesn't really explain or delve too deep into it. But it's like, how do they make decisions? How do they decide to do something? Is it like every single person on Earth has to agree on something? Or is it like majority? Where it's like, well, a majority of people agree that, you know, we should help this person out, or we should, you know, build a radio tower, or we should, like, clean up a mess that is created. Like, I don't know, I think it is really, a interesting kind of concept. I'm gonna die. Yep. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, it's like, I think if you are part of a collective consciousness, if you are one with everyone else, then you're kind of no one. You're kind of simultaneously everyone, but you're also no one. Hey, come on, man. I was looking at my phone. I really didn't notice that guy there. I was like, oh, hey, I'll go ahead and open up my my live stream because I want to look at this chat message. Because I see it pop up on the screen, but it gets cut off sometimes. That's interesting. So you think when the hive mind says, oh, hey, we've decided that this is the best course of action, that it's not actually every human being agreeing upon something, that instead it's like something else controlling the hive mind? Nerve-wracking. You know, I will say though that that is kind of like a weird part of the tragedy of the hive mind, is that there's like no more competition. Of like, I don't play them as much anymore, but like, I do love multiplayer games, and I think one of my favorite things about multiplayer games is like kind of coming up with your own tactic and having to like predict what someone else is gonna do. Because I would say like by far one of my favorite things to do is flank. Like I love flanking in games, of like it being able to be like, okay, I think they're all going to be focused on this point or this objective. They're all going to be going this way, so I'm going to go this way and get around and like sneak attack them. And it's like, I don't know, to me it's a very fun thing because it's based on luck, based on, you know, unknown variables, and it's like it feels really satisfying when you can pull something clever off. And it's like that's just lost forever. You can't do that anymore if you know everything. Hence, like, it's kind of an interesting thing when, like, Carol is playing against Zosha with croquet, where it's like, like Zosha points out, is like, oh, I have the collective knowledge of, like, every single professional crochet player out there. And it's like, it kind of removes the fun of it, right? Is that when you're playing a game or doing a competition, you're limited by your own brain, by your own knowledge. But if you have access to, like, the best knowledge, it's like, I don't know. I will say that is an interesting thing. You might be right about that. That, like, really there are no more people. It's just like an entirely different organism using everyone's collective memories and their bodies for its own game.
Sunshine to brighten your day. It's artificial, though. How does that work? And that's the last one. I should appoint someone to take care of these guys. Supervisor of Houseplant Well-Being.
I do want to see Hati's postcard, but also I don't want to open up my my documents, because then I'm gonna have to read them all. I mean, I don't have to read them all, but I want to. Let's see here. Yeah, going on back to maintenance. Ventilation. Because I think I should have the janitor's outfit unlocked now. I don't know if it unlocked there, or if I have to actually go in here to unlock it. Oh, hey. I know you, kinda. That's interesting. It yeah, Faraday cage. I've never heard of that, but I take it that's a eh. I will say that's kind of an interesting take. Ah.
I get the feeling he had more of an agenda than he let on. Did he already get what he was here for?
I will say, though, Control did kind of have a sequel with Alan Wake 2. But yeah, I don't know, for me at least, it's like Control came out in 2019, and now Control Resonant is scheduled to come out in 2026. So it's going to be about 7 years in between Control 1 and Control 2. But, like, hey, I'll take 7 years with Alan Wake 2 having bits from Control in it, particularly with the DLC. Like, both the Lake House DLC and then also the, what was it, the Night Springs DLC, where you get to play as Jesse as, like, a parody of the Control plot, which I found to be pretty fun. But yeah, it's like, I'll take a 7-year wait in between games as opposed to, like, Alan Wake 1 and Alan Wake 2, which I think was 13 years. Oh, yeah.
This is what being a janitor is all about.
Hey, there we go.
I suppose the janitor's assistant does need proper janitor attire.
All right. To Central Executive. I will say I love Control. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I love the like aesthetics of it. I love the main story. I love the plot. I love like I don't know. It's like I love the concept of like fourth dimensional creatures doing like or like paranatural entities and like a government bureaucratic agency having to deal with them. So, by the way, Sinus? I'm gonna assume Sinus is how you say your name. Any particular outfit you want me to put on? Because I don't know, I am a fan of the Astral Dive suit, but I'm just a fan of it because I couldn't wear it for the longest time, but finally can now. I like the tactical response too, but we're talking just base game suits. Asynchronous suit, pretty great. Alright. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Keep the Astral Dive. I think it's fun. But I will be right back. Gonna go use the restroom. And while I'm gone, feel free to tune out if you like, but we'll go ahead and play Take Control. But yeah, I should be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. So, BRB. I return.
This piece is called Me and You. It's summer in New York City.
I will say Langston's too. Does he have more? Or are there more Langston kind of like freeform poetry? Is how I would describe these. Is there more? Because I love these. They're maybe some of my favorite bits in the whole game.
The mayor stares at a bicycle. A little girl watches him watch the bike, watch him watch the bike, and on and on and on, like the ticking of 1,000 clocks. We listen to the ticking together, me and you. A traffic light decides it doesn't want to be a traffic light anymore. People call it names, and it's hurt. I take it to see a movie. We have a good time, me and you.
I gotta say, what's so funny is that he's probably being literal. He probably did take the traffic light to go see a movie.
Connected by a moment. We'll always share this story, even if people don't understand it. You and me and you.
Alright. Now, what's the fastest way to get to the director's office, i.e. the hotline chamber? I will it will never not be funny to me that that like in I don't know where it is exactly, but in like a developer interview or like the developers talking about the game, they originally did not want to have a map, and eventually after having enough people like play the game and like talking to playtesters, they were like, yeah, fine, I guess we'll put a map in the game. And it's like the most confusing map possible. Like, they're like, fine, we'll put a fucking map in the game, but we're gonna make this shit hard to read. Which honestly I think is kind of perfect for the game. But I'm glad to have it. Oh yeah. I don't know, honestly I really like Langston, and I kind of do feel a little bit bad when when Jesse like refuses to call him Fred. Whereas like I think that is like an interesting kind of thing where it's like it's like this little bit of a power struggle between like the people at the agency. Like for example, who is it? Marshall. Like Marshall constantly refers to Jesse as Director Faden, and like every time she does, Jesse is like, how do I get her to stop calling me Director? I don't like her calling me Director. Or it's like with like Emily Pope, her sometimes when you leave the conversation is like, yes ma'am, Director Faden, ma'am, and Jesse's like, come on Emily, not even as a joke. And then like with Langston, he's quite literally like, oh, you can just call me Fred, ma'am, and she's like, okay, Langston. Like, come on, Jesse. I understand why you're a little apprehensive about him, but he's a good guy. He's a good egg. A little strange, no doubt about that, but, you know, I think it's cool. Oh, this is gonna bug me a little bit if I'm gonna technically be in combat this whole time. I was like, wait, is there anyone here for me to fight? Oh, thanks for the rocket. I will say, I think maybe one of my favorite lines from Jessie is, I forget when she says it. It's about like halfway through the game, but she like starts talking about how she's like, you know, it feels right being here. Like, it's strange and it's weird, and I don't know if I should trust all the people at the SBC, but it's like, I'm now a part of this world, and I want to explore it, and I want to be the director. And like, I think it's a really interesting moment for her. But like, I don't know, I personally think it's funny because it's like, yeah, if I got the ability to levitate and have telekinesis and have all these insane powers, I'd be like, yeah, this place isn't too bad. Like, yeah, a lot of the people here might be unethical, and like, there might be a lot of strange, terrible things that happen here, but I do have sick powers. I do feel at home. Huh. I think essentially all of Jesse's powers kind of come from Polaris, but like, I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I think she does have melee by default, where like a couple of her other powers you have to like actually unlock, like levitate and evade and shield. I think she does come with melee powers, so but like, I do think it is from Polaris, because like at least at the start of the game, like Polaris is with her the whole time. Which I don't know, but by the way, I have a question for you. Do you think Jesse and Dylan are the same person? Because, like, I think they are two different people, but, like, I don't know. I find, like, Dylan talking about his dreams, quote-unquote, to be really fascinating. And, like, I don't know, they're just, like, so weird and so interesting. Because, like, some of the stuff he says is kind of, like, accurate in a way. Where, like, he talks about Alan Wake, and then he talks about, like, Max Payne, and he talks about, like, different, like, Remedy properties. And at one point, one of the dreams he talks about, he's like, I remember I was a girl named Jessie Dylan Faden, and then the agency took me away and locked me up here. And then he points out the fact that both him and Jesse have kind of like gender neutral names, where he's like, you know, have you ever noticed our names could be used for either gender, you know? Like, they could be boys' names, could be girls' names, could be anything. Okay. I kind of see that. Because, like, to me, on this particular playthrough, I think one thing I found to be really interesting is that, like Dylan kind of mentions the fact that, like, him and Jesse are kind of the same and interchangeable in a way. And then, like, when you hear Trench at the end of the game, because, like, you can miss out on it if you don't, like, stick around to listen to Trench talk. But, like, he describes Hedron, which is affecting Darlene in a certain way. Like, I don't know what's the latest thing I picked up from him. Not interviews, but yeah, probably Darling presentations. Which one would it be though? Special Kids music. What was the latest one I got? Yeah, large scale HRA, I think. Yeah, this one. Like Darling's obviously being affected like fundamentally by Hedron in like a weird way. And like when you listen to Trench talk about Hedron and how it's affecting everyone, he essentially describes what the hiss is doing. You know, where Trench is like, oh, they're infecting people and they're making them no longer human. They're no longer going to be back from it. And like the fact that like Hedron and the hiss were found in the same place. Like Trench ended up bringing the hiss in via like a burned slide from the projector. But like he first heard the hiss in the slide where Hedron is. So it's like it kind of leads me to think that it's like kind of like Jesse and Dylan. They're like two sides of the same coin, you know? Which like they're probably different, but they're also kind of the same. They're at least like similar in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, and here, you mind if I hit you with possibly a bizarre take that I don't think not everyone is going to have? What do you think about the board? Because like I think the board is really interesting, and it's like hard to know like what the board's motivations are. Obviously, it's like I think they're aligned with themselves and with themselves only. But like in spite of all that, in spite of the mysteriousness and the and like almost kind of the threatening nature of the board. Oh, okay, the board are just parasites, IMO. That's a fair enough point. Because I don't know, to me, like particularly with the way the board communicates, it's like they are probably no good and kind of evil. But I don't know, maybe again, this is my weirdest take. I kind of find them to be adorable. Like I think the way they communicate gives them such like a cuteness to them that I find to be really like really interesting and kind of funny, you know. Whereas I think one of my favorites is them talking about the former / descent. That's a good way of describing it. They have glorp energy. But yeah, it's like we apologize / deny all knowledge for the inconvenience. You will see / face the former. It is steal / linking altered items. It builds a competition / not us. You must espionage / destroy when possible / inevitable. Do not believe / get hyped about the former's lies / ads. We provide / offer better bonus package / health plan. If you leave, you will be sorry / dead. And you will never work / exist in this torn / cosmic reality again. Yes. Like, I know that's like threatening and kind of messed up, but like I find that to be so funny. Of them like describing the former as like, oh, don't believe it's ads. Also, we have a better health plan. And hey, if you side with them, you will never work / live in this cosmic / torn reality again.
I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Like again, I think maybe my favorite one is it's the TV, right? That gives you the levitation ability. But like, I love that they describe it as like you can use the it's the TV / babysitter. I love that. But then is it the TV that gives you the levitation, or yeah, I think it is. Because I love how they describe it as like you can levitate / superhero over the obstacles or whatever it says, and I find that to be so funny because it's like, yeah, you are kind of superheroing over it, but it's like no person would really describe it that way. But like the board just like describing it that way, I think is very funny. Situation / crisis / uh-oh. You might be evil, board, but I love you.
Problem in the foundation. That was Auti's vacation spot. We need to check this out.
Alright, to the restricted area. Because yeah, I will say also another interesting thing with Jessie is that like, I don't know, because like, I have a question. Is Trench a para-utilitarian? Because like he kind of describes himself as like, you know, I was just the guy who was here. I picked up the gun on a dare and I became the director. And it's like, does he have the like same power / ability as Jessie to like find altered items and like bound them to him? Because like the game does constantly have like references to the objects being bound by people, but like it never specifies which. It's always redacted. So it's like it might be Trench that is bound to, but it could be like other people. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, why not? I'll upgrade my melee finally after all this time. Now, where's that restricted area? Foundation. There we go.
Quiet. Trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti. So that etching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure what the resonance is going to be in Control Resonant, where it's like if it like with the purple motif, I almost think it might be a combination of the Hiss and Hedron / Polaris, you know, because Polaris was blue and the Hiss is red, so combining them both together it would be purple. But it's like it might be something new, might be something else, because like take for example with the Alan Wake DLC, there's Hartman who becomes like stretched, influenced by both the Hiss and the darkness, and he becomes the third thing, a third thing. So it's like I think it might be a combination of the resonances, kind of like working together or becoming one, but could be something entirely new too. What I'm really curious to see is like what Jessie is doing. Like, is she still the director, or is she like working completely separate from the board?
No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency.
Like, it certainly seems she's like antagonistic towards the board. So it's like she might be like going against the board, but might still like be the director of the FBC. So it's like she still has that kind of backing her up, but she doesn't have the board anymore.
Crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. Acting director Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
Aw. Poor Ash. I like you, buddy. Which, yeah, one thing I really want to pay attention to is, like, what does happen to Ash? Oh. See how it is. Can't get that quite just yet. Alright, well, anyone mind if I do a bit of reading? Ooh, has 12 unread things. Dear Dr. Darling, I feel I must inform you of the very questionable documentation I'm seeing from Underhill's desk. She clearly has no concept of what the mold is. She claims they are microorganisms responsible for constructing the mold. Ridiculous. It's a rapidly growing fungus, not dissimilar to kudzu. She's fabricating complexities to justify her absurd budget demands. Speaking of which, I find it interesting that an old friend of yours gets her budget approved with no questions asked. I wonder if the Operations Oversight Committee would be interested to learn of that. Yours in estimation, Dr. Abraham Lewis. Please be aware, due to the recent fluctuations in the nearest control point, this air stability has been downgraded to yellow. Reference chart: green, stable; yellow, low possibility of unanticipated building shifts; orange, high likelihood of unanticipated building shifts; and red, frequent unanticipated building shifts. Hey. There he is. Greetings from watery Washington, America's little Finland. Tatis, a crazy person works hard and a wise person gets away with less. Happy vacation to me, Ate. It is so fascinating how much of Alan Wake 2 is in this game, and like just it's something you don't realize. Like I think kind of one of the more interesting ones was in Investigations you can find a note talking about like Alex Casey being a real person, and then Alan Wake 2. What do you know? Alex Casey is the main character and the partner of Saga Anderson. Move this letter along before he gets you. Oh no, the Spooky Man letter has found you. The Spooky Man curse is coming to you. To miss the curse, you must mail this letter to people. If you don't, the curse will get you. The more letters you mail, the better off you will be. Sally in Houston did not send the letter and the Spooky Man ate her cat. Terrence in Greenstone did not send the letter and the Spooky Man gave him acne. Kyle did not send the letter and now his wife eats dinner alone. Jesus Christ, that's dark. Linda did send more letters, 30 letters in total so far, and look at her now. She owns 3 cars, she has all her fingers, she speaks Italian. You need to mail this letter. You better mail this letter. Don't let the Spooky Man come. He'll take your cat. Go find your stamps. Hurry. I know, it's such like an easily missable part of the game, but the documents are like some of the best parts. Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this Grumman/Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them here. Given their records, it is possible they switched teams like you suspected. But I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone. I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the Ordinary case. But that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange things we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the pictures when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon this place off, and maybe get the comms guy working on a cover story. Sincerely, Agent Keenum. Here's all the dead letters. Dearest Hollywood, you wish you had an actor who could do it all? Who could be a man or a woman, an adult or child, a dolphin or a Boston Terrier? Well, today is your lucky day. My name is Garth Clemens, and I am the world's greatest actor. Not only do I have years of stage experience, but I am an accomplished shapeshifter. Whether you need a misbehaving cat, ferocious wolfman, swashbuckling pirate, or debonair Southern belle, I'm your man. Or am I? I will be arriving in town on May 11th, 1971, and will be available for meetings and auditions beginning on the 13th. See you in the movies. G. Clemens. My clock is shaped like a cat, and its eyes move, and I think it's angry, but I keep apologizing, and it won't stop. But I said I'm sorry. But it won't leave me alone, and I don't know what it wants. I can't keep apologizing for do you see it now, too? It told me everyone is here, and I need to be careful so they don't see me writing this letter. It wants me to stay with it, with my eyes on its eyes, moving very fast, but I can't keep going. I worry they will forget about me, and I need to write about this. I can't keep going. Cat will because of the eyes. Man, that one was pretty sad. Hey, you have questions and the prophets have your answer. If you're truly intrigued, watch the time. We've lost about 45 days in the past 4 years. The shortening of days, this is why the Vatican is a sundial and also simultaneously a keyhole. Another thing, while I'm here, if you want the secret to everything, compare plasma next to brain cells. The sun plus moon are composed of plasma, simply light, not planets. After this is cemented in your psyche, ponder the current whereabouts of where you, I, and humanity reside. Cheers! Oh, man. What's funny about dead letters is that they all seem like they are probably fake, but some of them could be plausibly real. Like I really love the airplane one where like the person talks about how like I finally figured it out. Airplanes, they don't actually go in the sky. They're all just simulations. They're actually moving underground in tunnels, and the things that are in the sky that look like airplanes, we actually made the trains to look like airplanes so that way we wouldn't worry about the monsters in the sky. Pinstripe world. I'm a plaid suit in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid soup in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid soup in a pinstripe world. I'm a plaid... Okay. Did they redact one sentence that was I'm a plaid in a pinstripe world? Or did they... or does that say something else? Smoking ban. Dear elected official, thanks to the recent smoking ban in my state, I'm happy to inform you I will not be voting for you in the next election. As everyone knows, smoking is being banned because the smoke is toxic to the aliens that the government sold our planet to in a secret deal. If humans keep smoking, the aliens won't be able to live on Earth. Our air would be poisoned to them. If you government traitors can't stop people from smoking, then you won't get your millions of dollars from the aliens. I have a website. People know what's going on. We're going to keep smoking no matter what. This is a national emergency. Politicians are handing the planet over to the alien overlords. We won't let you. We will resist. I will smoke forever. Signed, a proud smoker / rebel / patriot. Oh, that's pretty good. To the esteemed member... I don't know. I really only have like 3 voices at most. Here, I'll do a southern accent for this, or my best approximation one. To the esteemed no, I'm just doing my British voice. To the esteemed members of the American Psychiatric Council, I'm writing to you to inquire about the significance of dreams in relation to one's mental health. I am aware that there are many books purporting to contain the true meanings of dreams, but I have reservations about their legitimacy. I understand this is not usually done, but I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on my condition. Ever since I was young, I've had intensely vivid dreams. They only occur sporadically, but in them I witness very strange events. I understand dreams can seem real at the time, but these feel markedly different. They do not occur often, perhaps only one or two a year. Last night I saw a small empty town. It was utterly dark. There was a lake at its center. Shadows of people moved around me, muttering odd things. A bright light woke me up. I was screaming in my sleep. My wife had been shaking for minutes before I woke. Because of this recent incident, I've decided to seek help. The doctor says I'm physically fine, but I want to consult your expertise. Thank you for your valuable time. Yours very sincerely, Richard Bowker. Boker? I also, that's interesting too, because like, I know, again, it's so fascinating that because like when I first played this game, I'd not played Alan Wake 1, Alan Wake 2 wasn't even out, and it's just like, I don't know, there's so many like funny things that are like just references or that tie in with Alan Wake, where it's just like, is this real? And it's like, this is obviously referencing the Alan Wake incident, but if I read this, I would have been like, oh wow, that seems creepy, but can't know that's real. Dear gentlemen of the Society of Sciences, it has been some time since I sent my initial letter. I hope it's not the case that you've dismissed my claims outright. In that hope, I am writing to you once more ask for your help. Okay. I was like, am I reading that wrong? To once more ask for your help in understanding the oddity that has befallen me in my home. I have recently begun renting a new apartment in the city. The space is nothing special, though for a time I found the isolation quite soothing. Recently I've begun experiencing a strange occurrence. When I'm in my kitchen, a tiny little thing with not much but a sink, I sometimes lose myself. My surroundings change. I find myself standing on a strange, dark stone. I stare out at a colorless sky, as white as undisturbed snow, terrified and moving. Perhaps this is a brain issue? I think not, as it feels terribly real. This has been occurring for some months now, and I've become frightened of entering the kitchen. If it's not too much of an inconvenience, I would dearly appreciate a visit from one of your professionals to see what they make of it. I await your response with little expectations, but with great hope. Very truly yours, Lorraine Fitzgerald. See, that's kind of interesting, because it seems like this person does have, like, their kitchen is connected to the astral plane. Oh, man. New game. Alright. All done with reading. Now it's time for some exploring.
Bottom of the oldest house. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How was she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
That is kind of a dark thing about the hotline. Wait, yeah. Alan Wake does connect through the hotline. Is Alan Wake dead?
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place, and on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I think that is like such a cool thing, where it's like, if you just play through the game and like, again, it's like, it is like definitely on my first playthrough, I was not reading every single document, and like I didn't even realize that it's like, oh, if I like look at the different, if I actually open up one of the hotline snippets, it's like it's much more than what the game just shows you playing through. It's like, honestly, it's such a cool little thing that's like, hey, you should like be paying attention. It's like, even if the game isn't saying directly like, hey, look at this, pay attention to this, it's like, you still should anyway. Yep, I don't think I'm going this way. Not yet, anyway. So let's check this room. Health boost. Not terrible, but certainly not what I'm looking for. I will say, I think by far my the thing I'm most excited for about Control Resonant is the musical section, because you already know there's going to be a musical section, and it's going to be the best one. Because, like, I don't know, it probably is my favorite part in Alan Wake 2, when there's just a musical at one point in the game, and it's like, it's so funny, because it's played, like, it's played for laughs, and it's really ridiculous, but it is, like, actually very plot significant. But it's just, like, so funny seeing, like, Warlin Door, and then, like, the, Thor and Odin, the Anderson brothers, like kind of pointing you along and being like, hey, come on, buddy, you gotta go this way. But yeah, I'm excited for the Ordinary song from the Ordinary Girl. I don't know, honestly. I think I switched between them pretty frequently. Where it's like, I think I kind of did like 2 chapters usually. Or like, I forget what they're called, if they're like parts or something else. But like, I would do like probably like 2 parts and then like switch off. At least on my first playthrough. Kind of try to keep a balance going in between both of them. But yeah, why'd you do all of Alan's parts first? Because like, I think that might be the way to do it. I think doing all of Alan's parts first is probably like the best way to understand kind of what's going on with the game, because it's like you see it sort of backwards from Saga's perspective, you know. Where it's like like Saga, anytime she's talking to Alan Wake, she's talking to him in the past, where he's like still right where you are. I was like, where is this last guy who's preventing me from continuing? There's more? Where? But yeah, it's like I think chronologically wise, all of Alan's parts take place before Saga's, which is why like the first time you're playing through, you're like, wait, what's going on? And even like Saga says it. She's like, wait, isn't Wake in the real world? Isn't he free? Game, you're kind of pissing me off because I also forget how you get up there. I don't know if I can get up there from here. Game, I swear to God. Oh, that was my chance. That was my chance and I missed it. Oh yeah. I don't know. Like honestly, I think probably one of the funniest parts with Saga for me at least is when she's in her mind palace and she's doing all like the deductions and the reasoning for like, oh hey, where she's like figuring out like particularly who's the I don't know, I'm forgetting their name, but the couple that's like doing like a true crime / paranatural story on Alan Wake, and like the and all the other weird stuff going on. Game, for the love of Christ. Tammy and Ed. But like, when she's doing her mind palace with them, I remember like the first time, like, wait, how do you know that? Like how are you deducing these things about them? Whereas like you shouldn't know that they found like or that they saw the cult and that they like had to run away from him. Like how are you figuring that out? Like they're hiding something, but how do you know specifically what they're hiding? And then it's like revealed as like, oh, she actually has like a power of foresight. Like she's able to see the truth, and it's like a canonical power she has rather than like just her detective abilities. Oh, game, you're fucking killing me, game. All right, how long have I been doing this? You get like 2 more minutes from me, game. You get 2 more minutes before I quit. Because I will. You think I won't? I will quit to the main menu. How am I please. Please. I just want to move on.
We're using pickaxes now.
Thank you. Christ. Oh, that took forever. Alright. Oh. But yeah, like, but yeah, like Saga's powers are really interesting, and then like I don't know, I love the I really do love Alan Wake sections, whereas like I think they work as like really good contrasts. Whereas like Saga is grounded in reality, you know, even with all the supernatural or paranatural stuff going on, like she still clings to reality, is like fully serious, and never gets like bogged down or like deterred by all the crazy stuff that's happening to her. In stark contrast to Alan Wake, who is like losing his mind. Like he has lost his mind, and he's lost it so badly he's forgot he's lost it, and this is like the 10th time he's doing the same thing over and over again. Where he's like, oh, it's a loop. And then the big revelation, it's not a loop, it's a spiral. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I also like, I don't know, I love Warland Dorr like teasing Alan Wake during his interview. Where he's like, we've all been dying to know, what does "it's not a lake, it's an ocean" really mean? Because that's like the big end thing for Alan Wake 1. Is him going, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. But yeah, and that's like when you do your first playthrough, like no matter what, you have this like really kind of like tragic ending of like you don't know what's happening. Like you're left with like Saga making a phone call to her daughter, and it's like it just keeps ringing, and then it cuts the credits.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau.
Okay, and that's a kill. I don't know, maybe. Because, like, to me at least, it with like just purely for Alan Wake 1 alone, I kind of take the darkness as a metaphor for like alcoholism, you know? Like it's very clearly said that like Alan Wake is a guy who suffers from like substance abuse, and like this idea of like him going into this like stupor or this like it like substance fueled haze, and like writing a book, a novel that is real that he then has to like deal with and actually live through. I don't know, I think that's like really interesting. And like to me, I think it works very well as like a metaphor for alcoholism.
I wish I
you
brought
know?
Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
I love that solo detail of Jesse being like, "Oh, I wish I had Emily with me." You see Polaris show up just for a second.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive! Wait! It's Jesse! The director!
But yeah, I don't know if Alan Wake could have gotten out, because it's like it's like I think the dark place does require like sacrifice in some way or another, you know? Whereas like it's constantly forcing
huge.
Marshall? Can you hear me?
She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
the nail. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it is really interesting that like it's also like Alan Wake isn't able to like save himself. Like when you do the final draft, like the only reason why Alan is able to escape is because he has the help of Alice. Of like Alice like jumping into the darkness to save Alan. And like I also think it's like a really beautiful and interesting story. Hey, look at that. It's the former. Then a bunch of entities all Death Stranding posing, and then the pyramid. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like it's like, to me, I think it's a funny thing of like, why didn't Alan Wake just write a happy story where everyone got together and worked out? And it's like, I'm sure he did. Because like with the specifically the Night Springs segments, like with specifically Rose, where he's like, oh, I'll write this story about Rose being the hero, and like, I love that DLC so much. I love Rose like going through rampaging with a shotgun. You have like Mr. Scratch as like this like bad boy werewolf dude. And it's like this most like ridiculous, absurd thing. A deer shows up and it starts talking with Alan Wake's voice, and I'm like, okay, good to know that the deer is a metaphor for Alan Wake. Okay. Whereas like because this is a theory I have, which may or may not be true. But like, I think maybe Alan Wake isn't creating reality when he writes. I think he's like writing about reality, you know? Whereas like, for example, in the in the DLC for Control, the Alan Wake DLC, it's kind of implied that like Alan Wake ended up like writing the hiss, like he ended up creating the hiss. But it's like, I don't know if he did. I think maybe he just coincidentally came up with the hiss, and the hiss already existed, you know? But it's like, I think it's very possible it could be either way. But I think it is a possibility that like Alan Wake can't write anything that's not true. He has to like discover truth and reality through writing, and if he gets something wrong or something that's like false, it won't work. So he has to write something that is true, irregardless of he creates that truth or the truth already exists. Like again, kind of with Alex Casey. It's like, does Alex Casey only exist because of Alan Wake's books? Or is Alex Casey a real guy and Alan Wake is only able to write those books because he's writing about this real guy? I don't know.
It's been 5
It's
days
probably
since
the
we first
former,
entered the
but it
building.
might be the latter.
Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ran it about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Oh, we don't even know the rules.
Oh, man. I honestly do love that. I love that there's like, that nobody knows what's going on with the board or the oldest house. But I will say also, I unfortunately don't really have any thoughts about how the hiss has changed in FBC Firebreak, because I have not played that game. I've also not seen anything from it. I probably should have. It was, I don't know if it still is, but it was on like PlayStation Extra, which I do have, which is like PlayStation's version of Game Pass, but I just never got around to playing it. I was playing other games at the time. But yeah, how has the hiss changed in Firebreak? Touch/revere it to enter. God, the board is so interesting. Oh, they have some new lines. That's cool. Have they like changed physically at all? Like, I assume there's probably like some new enemy types, but it's like it's still the same general like kind of red glow and like general like demeanor of like they seem to be like puppeteering the like their hosts, and they have like access to their memories. Because like yeah, it's kind of funny where I booted up Control because I was just like, I just finished watching Pluribus and also feel like playing some Control. But I was like, there's quite a few similarities between the hive mind in Pluribus and the hiss, i.e. the hive mind in Control. Okay. I don't know. I am really curious what the new lines are because I do love the hiss's incantation, where it's like, cool. Whereas like it sounds nonsensical, but also it's like, I don't know. It's like as Dylan says it. It's like those words feel good to say. They feel right. You are a worm burrowing through space and time, blind to the burrow you leave behind. We burrow into you, or a drip through the soft core of your head. We are the thunderous song that will distort you. I don't know. Kind of sounds like the hiss are being a little bit more honest now, rather than being a little bit like kind of I don't know, kind of like underhanded, I guess would be the way to describe it. Deceptive. Oh, now that's interesting. Yeah, I take it Jesse doesn't show up at all in FBC Firebreak. But yeah, I'm so curious to see what Jesse's up to in Control Resonant. Like that's kind of the main thing I'm looking forward to, and also scared about, because it's like, I love Jesse. Like I take it some people might not be as big of a fan of her as I am, but like I don't know, she's one of my favorite characters. I like that she's like kind of silly and a bit quirky, and like I don't know, she seems like fun, but also does take things seriously a lot of the time. You know, I think it's a good balance. And again, I'm really curious to see how Dylan is going to be as like the main protagonist. Ooh. Bony ribs, piercing skin, fat drops. Painting windows red. The slipstream of control. Great for your bones, piercing the numbing bones. All hair has been eaten. Pornographic entropy, all of the above. That's interesting. Painting the windows red, I think, is kind of a very interesting phrasing. Because, like, I don't know, this is a fun little detail about me. One of my favorite albums / like bands, kind of sort of, is Ugly Casanova which is like a band headed by Isaac Brock, the guy who's the head of Modest Mouse. If you know that band, they have a lot of hits. They're pretty popular. But like, I don't know. It's like part of my favorite song for that album is like Barnacles, where it's like the main chorus to it is like, I don't need to see out of my window. I don't really need to see. I'll paint it black. Where it's like, you know, kind of the metaphor is like blocking out the outside world and insulating yourself, and like like specifically it being black, of like casting darkness over yourself and not seeing outside of your window that's like covered in barnacles. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, to me that's kind of the interesting thing about the Hiss, is that like they're kind of denying reality and taking over, but they're presenting it as a good thing, you know? Like, I think in one of Dylan's dreams, he talks about, like, I had a dream where the president accepted the Hiss. And then it's funny, too, that he says this, like, the president was the first person to accept the Hiss, which I think is kind of funny. Of all the people, when the Hiss gets out and starts trying to infect people, the very first person who's like, yeah, you know what, Hiss, you kind of have a point, is the president of the United States. And like initially people find it to be terrifying, but then they all begin saying the incantation and they all think it's pretty great. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, because I think also the Hiss being like a resonance-based kind of life form, in a way it's almost like trying to deny people their flesh, like giving them the option to ascend in a way, to like no longer be restricted by flesh, blood, and bone, and to instead become like something more, become something different, be separate from your body. Because yeah, that is kind of an interesting thing. Because, like, when the Hiss takes over somebody, what happens to the soul? Like, do people have a soul in this universe?
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
Which to go? Build or destroy? I'm kind of feeling destructive. Fracture / undo. Shape / manipulate. I'll fracture / undo. Well, hey, look, barnacles. Sea imagery is so cool. You take these out with, no. You should feel honored / handled. Well, I will say I see your point, but I don't think that's like necessarily true, right? Because like you know, ideally, theoretically, your soul resides in your body. So if you were to, if like the dark place is after your soul or whatever, it would have to get your soul via your body. Whereas, like, again, I think that's the interesting thing of both, like, the Hiss and the darkness, is that it, like, takes over a person, so the body remains, but it's like, I don't know, the person is, like, no longer in there. Because, yeah, in Alan Wake, do people get cured from the darkness? Yeah, they do, because Rose is definitely, like, influenced / manipulated by the darkness. i.e. the manifestation of it, Barbara Yeager. Wait, is it Yeager or Jagger? I think it's Jagger. But like Barbara like influences and manipulates Rose, and Rose is like weird afterwards. But then in Alan Wake 2, she's like free from the darkness. And so is like everyone else in the town once like Alan Wake kind of saves the day / sacrifices himself. Don't tell me what to do, bored. I'll snoop / investigate. Can't stop me. But yeah, because, like, I mean, also specifically with, like, the hiss in this game, is like, at least Jesse is unable to, like, remove the hiss from a person without them dying. Like, like, she does say at one point that, like, oh yeah, they're no longer people anymore because they got taken by the hiss, or, like, at least some other characters say that. I think Arish says that at one point. And it's like, again, I don't know if that's true, because, like, take Dylan, for instance. He's able to, like, he's able to join with the hiss, but then also, like, kind of still be himself in a certain way. Like, you see that in particular with the, with like, him talking about his dreams. Where, like, he's talking in the third person, or, like, the hiss is talking for him, maybe. Where he's like, Dylan had a dream he would like to tell you about. And then, like, I think his final dream is him being like, like, Dylan was sitting in the corner, and he was watching this conversation as it happened right now. And Dylan's like, oh, there, he said it. He said the words that I was thinking. So it's like Dylan is still around, like separate from his body in a way. So it's like, what is the thing that Dylan is in that moment? Like, is it his soul hanging out, or again, it could be something else. But, like, it definitely, his identity still exists, even though it's not in direct control of his body.
Okay, let's review. This broken pillar is called the Nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the Bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish.
Yeah,
you with me?
Alright, where's the... Okay, I was like, where's the way I can...
That damn gun. Not sure she's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again.
I wouldn't be too confident. Let's see here, let's see that in full. And also see what the board says. Lock/keys, keep, socket/us, trapped, hooked, hidden, fed. They're old/young/extra life. With the director's help, situation/information is subject to change.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. Then he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
So many loners in this agency. Even Jessie herself. Alright, you got me.
This bleed is just getting worse and worse. That's the cave sand. Looks like the astral bleed goes both ways.
Where everything. Yeah, I don't know, kind of going back to the thing with the hiss trying to take over both Dylan and Jesse. It's like, I don't know, there's no definitive answer on... Oh wow, that's... I'm just now realizing how fast that charges up. It's instant, basically.
That didn't go so well.
Oh, what are you connected to? There we go. But yeah, it's like the board did, or not the board, but the hiss tried to infect Jesse, and it's like not even because of Hedron, it's because of Polaris that she was able to like resist them infecting her. Because it's like it's weird where it's like Hedron is Polaris, but also it's like a completely separate thing. Where like at the end of the game when you know, Hedron is basically dead, Jesse is able to kind of tap into Polaris in like a weird way. Whereas like she's able to manifest essentially Hedron using her own powers. Oh, saved. I really did accept my fate there for a second. I was just like, well, that's me dead. Yeah, you're right about that. It's a catalyst. Mini sphere. Or a sphere, cube. It's quite literally the opposite. Feels so weird actually being able to fire this instantly.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice a window, immediately close your eyes and make your way to the nearest safe room. You are permitted to fashion a blindfold from an article of clothing. Any resulting lapse in dress code will be excused. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, man. What an insane place this must be to work. Alright, what do I got? Not enough for that. Maybe Ground Slam is good. I don't really care for it. I guess I'm saving up my ability points. Ooh, left or right, make a choice. I'm going right. Makes sense. God, I love doing that. It'll never get old for me. Okay. Did I die from fall damage, or did I die from that guy attacking me? Well, not like it matters. I go again. Oh man, cool fight, guys. Can't wait to do it with you. Oh, I thought... I thought this was... I thought it was gonna lead somewhere. God, I'm a terrible shot. Speaking of terrible shots, there you are. Well, should be all good now. Nope, just death. Oh, there you are. I was like, where's the big guy? There we are. Come in. Man, what time is it? It is almost 2 a.m. I'm getting sleepy. Let's see. Definitely complete this section. I'll see how I feel. Oh no. Oh god. Alright, down I go. Into the wild pale yonder. I will say, you always gotta shout out a game that when you fall off an area, it doesn't permanently kill you. I do always appreciate that in the game. Just like, thank you. I am a dumb little human that often makes mistakes. Appreciate you forgiving me for that one. You know, actually, I've not checked in forever. What can I actually make? Surge of power. It's really funny I'm getting all the achievements for the surge. Because I did not focus on this guy in my first playthrough. Or my second one, for that matter. Green. Seems like it'll be a good one. Gotcha. That didn't do that much damage. Ah! Oh! Ah! 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 Sorry. Good thing I kept my head there and remained calm. I really thought I had him. Alright.
Entry day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Mabel, id numbers 3 and 11, attacked my staff today. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. She was always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets, did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy. Using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just... A few months ago, I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. But now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that watching presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I'll refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is. An impotent storm. Father Shane in a cheap suit.
Honestly, you never get to see or hear Northmore. Well, you can see him. You can find pictures of him. But you never really get to hear Northmore. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe there's a audio log or something with Northmore on it. But it's like, I don't know. Honestly, I think it's so kind of interesting that Northmore is this like... He was like the first director sanctioned by the board. Oh, goodness gracious. That's going to be fun to watch here in a second. But before I watch that, it's like... I don't know, I love that Northmore was this like power hungry guy that like kept wanting to get like altered items and like objects of power, and he quite literally became so like powerful and so full of energy that they eventually, like, he's not dead, he's alive. They just locked him up in the power plant, and now they're using him to power the lights and like all the other stuff going on at the Bureau. It's like, what a crazy end for that character. And it's like, unless you're like really paying attention, you won't realize it's like, oh yeah, that guy's still alive, and he's currently in the in the energy converter area and down in maintenance, just keeping the lights on. Guess that is the job of the director. Okay, so I should touch the pyramid. That's what I got out of that. Seems like a great idea. What could go wrong? Seems like I'll get a cool drug trip out of it. But yeah, honestly, that might be one of my favorite things about Control is the Threshold Kid segments. Like, just what an interesting kind of concept. These weird, supposedly made for kids puppet shows. I was about to say, any more goons? And then continue his pickaxe. Nice. Oh, okay. It's like there's a little cube around here. Step into the light. It won't hurt. It'll only kill you. Ah, I see. There we go. One down. Assume same thing with you. Yeah. Wrong way, obviously. Damn it. I flew a little too close to the sun, i.e. I was a little too close to the edge. And then I wasn't close to the edge at all. You know, I think this speaks to how tired I am, is that this like bright white fucking background is like, I don't know, it's kind of like the opposite of what you would want for sleeping, but in spite of staring directly at it, I'm kind of like, you know, I could sleep right now. Could close my eyes. I won't. I will yawn, though. See ya. Freedom. Damn, didn't see that. Oh well. I'm not gonna lie to you, in my head, I'm like trying to come up with like minor based humor, but I can't do it. Like I'm trying to think, it's like, oh man, these minor guys should try minding their own business. Like my brain is barely able to come up with a coherent thought.
Another etching, like the one I used to get in here.
What do we got here?
Is this the lock/key the board told me about?
I do love the former, man. Its design is so cool, and it's like, I don't know. I'm very interested to know what's up there.
Just doing my job.
First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
Oh, it's gotta. Because, yeah, I'm almost kind of curious if, like, Jesse is going to be working with the former in Control Resonant. Because it seems like Dylan's working with the board. So it's going to be kind of a flip this time around. Or possibly Jesse is going to be infected by the hiss. And it's Emily.
Jesse, hey!
Emily, how did she get down here? What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride.
The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is...
Colliding with our world, I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes.
I don't see Jesse ever taking a single note. Alright. Also, I do love this. I don't know. Cave paintings are so fascinating. It's like that was maybe one of my favorite parts about Mass Effect, was like discovering particularly Mass Effect 3, like discovering the Leviathans. I thought that was like the coolest part about that game. I don't know, I'm a sucker for like a Cthulhu-like fourth dimensional entity. Like I don't know, I just find him to be neat, man. He's like, I love Bloodborne for that reason. Got the Lovecraftian horror thing going on. Whoa. Look at you teleporting yourself. Pretty scary, but I survived. For now. Oh yeah, and the other thing I was gonna say, because I forgot about it, but I don't know, I was reading about the Threshold kids on the Wikipedia page, and like, I think in the official art book for Control, and then also for I think it was on like a 50th, or I don't know if it's 50th, I think it was 30, like a 30th Remedy anniversary live stream. They talked about how like a big inspiration for the Threshold kids was "Don't hug me, I'm scared," which like I think that's really neat. Let me just squeeze on past you. Golly gee willikers, though, I am tired. I will say, though, being tired, at least to me, is kind of fun. I enjoy it. It's kind of like a liminal space in a way, you know? In between consciousness and unconsciousness. I don't know, actually, my sleep schedule has been all out of whack lately, so I've been, like, trying to stay up late to try to fix it. And I think I've got it mostly fixed. I probably ought to head to bed at least in an hour or two, so that way I can have it be a bit more normal. But, like, I don't know, I was looking at something on my phone, and, like, I was, like, so tired, I was, like, closing my eyes, but then I was just, like, passively scrolling on my phone. Like, I wasn't even doing anything. Like, I had, like, a YouTube video open or something, so, like, I was scrolling, like, from left to right, but, like, it wasn't doing anything, and I, like, opened up my eyes, and I'm like, wait, what am I doing? Why am I scrolling on my phone? I'm not even scrolling in the right way. And then, I don't know, I guess the other fun thing about being sleepy is dreams, which I don't have many of. I'm not much of a dreamer in the literal sense. In the metaphorical sense, oh, I'm a big dreamer. But, you know, most nights I don't dream, or if I do, I oftentimes don't remember them. Come on, you get got. You're my little guy now. But yeah, what was I gonna say about dreams? Oh yeah, I think dreams are funny, because, like, for me, I would say, like, my most common kind of dream is that, like, no matter what it is, like, I could be doing something fun or something silly or something ridiculous in my dream, but, like, almost seemingly, like, every time, in my dream, I will just be, I'll be, like, stressed out about something. Like, I would say the latest one I can remember is, I was, like, I was, like, investigating stuff, and I was, like, going through, like, smoky bars and stuff like that, and I don't remember what I was investigating, but I was just being, like, a detective investigating stuff, and, I wound up, oh yeah, and like the whole time I had like a dog with me. I had like a dog on a leash, and I was like trying to, the whole time I'm just like worried about the dog, and I'm like looking after the dog and making sure that is like the dog's not going to get loose or cause any problems or anything. And it's like I woke up from the dream and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Why did my brain invent like a fun thing? Like investigating, but then it's just like, oh yeah, we gotta add like a little element of stress onto it. Like, I'm always looking for something or dealing with something or worried about something. It's like, what the fuck, brain? I already have plenty of anxiety in waking life. Now you gotta invade my unconscious life and be like, yeah, hey, here's some more anxiety for you. How do you like them apples, pal? It's like, I don't like those apples. They're kind of rotten, brain. It's like, it's a dream. get everyone? Okay. Oh. Protect the dog. Oh yeah. Hey buddy. Here we go. Okay, complete the ritual here. Assume it has something to do with that.
Worst I've ever seen.
Hey.
Is take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem. I know how to handle them.
And now, let's get the full story. It's the end of the world.
I snuck into the
as we know
Foundation
it.
through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there. But the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man.
Interesting. I don't know, I will say, I do like the pages in Alan Wake 2, where you, like, pick up a page and then it gets narrated once you actually just click on it, but, like, I don't know, even if they are just, like, kind of simple, like, loops, I love the weird, like, layered, like, live-action footage for all the hotline stuff. Like, I think it really is a neat effect. It's like, oh yeah, they do have that somewhere, Alan Wake 2, but it's in the dark place where that's usually happening. Now please don't kill me, I'm just a little guy, it's my birthday. Hey, what did I just say? Gotcha. So is everyone dead? Aside from the, you know, unkillable weirdo thing from the astral plane? Yep. I think I'm good. I don't, it is kind of crazy that, like, lore-wise, these things just, like, burst out of people's heads. That, like, somebody came back from the astral plane, and then that thing just, like, exploded out of someone's head, and now they have to deal with it. Excuse me. I'm walking here. Do I need this for something else, or is it, like, over there is the place to put it? I don't know. I forget. cave system. Caves are cool. Big fan of caves in games. Maybe not necessarily in reality, but games? Pretty sick. Not really all that hidden game, but hey, if you say so. I feel like floating would fucking rule. Cause yeah, I also wonder like how does it feel for Jessie to float? Cause like sometimes she does it like very confidently, but then when she's like standing still, she's kind of like almost like losing her footing. Of like she wants to like put her feet down, but she like can't because there's no way to there's no place for her to put her feet down. Did I go the wrong way here? I think I have to go back the way I came. Ah, classic. Making a wrong turn and now I'm lost. Oh, no, okay. That's there. Then where am I supposed to go? Where do you lead? Nowhere. Dead end. Sorry, I do wish I had more to say, but my brain is fried right about now. Here, I'll try to think of, like, some of my favorite moments from Pluribus. Or random thoughts about Pluribus that I have. Now, in terms of favorite things, anything Minosaurus does is pretty great. Okay, that took forever. I like Minosaurus a lot. Now, what's the weird, wacky way you get back up there? Is a fast travel point nearby? Here? Maybe? No? There's one here. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, thinking about it, I really liked when Carol started like swinging golf balls at like the windows of buildings. That was pretty good. It's pretty fun, I think, in my opinion. I'm forgetting if I have to actually unlock the quest to do that, or that's just like a hidden secret thing you can do. You're a smart cookie. I don't know, but there's something about putting all the cubes over there. Oh, deep cavern over here. There we go. What am I doing? Messing about with all this nonsense. Okay, this is like the way to go. Hey now. Okay, fine. Rude. Eat that. Huh? How about it? Now I know there's at least one more over here. Oh yeah, I think maybe one of the more interesting moments is when Diabate is like hanging out with Carol, and like he makes her breakfast, and I'm not sure what it is exactly. It's like I think it's like an avocado spread, and then like scrambled eggs, or not. Is it scrambled eggs? I think scrambled eggs and like toast and bacon. And like Carol like kind of puts all that together as like a sandwich. And like when she eats it, Diabate does like the same thing. He like makes the same sandwich and like copies Carol and like kind of follows along with her and mimics her. And like, I don't know, I found it to be interesting because like a lot of people were like, oh, this is like Diabate connecting with Carol on like a human level. Like he's experiencing something that he won't be able to experience from the Hive. Like he's getting a new idea from Carol. And it's like, I think that's definitely a valid interpretation of the scene. But also to me, I kind of read it as like, he's like kind of wondering what it would be like if they were a part of a hive mind together. Like he's like mimicking Carol and like having the same thing that she's having to like it kind of mimic / see what it would be like if they were a part of a hive mind together, you know? And then plus, I don't even want to talk about it, but it fucking breaks my heart when Carol is like excited to hang out with him, and she's like, I'm sure you're probably sick of me, so I'll go, you know, freshen up in a different hotel room and then we can talk again. And he like so very obviously is like, oh, yeah. And then Carol has to be like, oh, haha, I got you. I was just kidding. And it's like, that's so fucking sad, man. Like, you feel so bad for Carol because she really is so lonely, and it's like that's like such like an evil thing for the hive mind to do, because it's like, you know, regardless of if they have like good or moral intentions, like even if Carol is being a threat to them or being bad or whatever, it's like it's like so like sad and tragic, like leaving her completely by herself and entirely alone and like unable to have anything or anyone. Like like I don't know, I see that shit is incredibly sad. Like it's heartbreaking. Cause like I don't know, and then it's like it all kind of like her loneliness like culminates with that scene of her like setting off the fireworks and then kind of just like rolling the dice of, well, is this firework gonna hit me in the face? Let's see. And it like just barely misses her. Oh. You reset my fucking cubes. Not cool, man. Alright, whatever. I'll figure out the cube bit later. It's a puzzle. It's a secret, I think. Or maybe I'm just going crazy. I don't know. You got any more favorite Pluribus moments or interesting Pluribus moments? Because like, yeah, one thing I'm kind of curious about is like it seems to them that like animals are separate from the hive mind, and it's like they infected the rats first, and then it's like, was the rat being controlled by the hive mind, or was the rat just being like a little shit? Because it seems like very intentional that the rat played dead and then waited for the biologist or scientist, or I'm not sure what her exact profession was or is. Also, I'm realizing I have 9 ability points. Should probably use them. Let's do this. Give me the shield rush. Ooh, just 1 away. Just give me that for now. Huh. But yeah, it's like, it seems like what the rat did was like very deliberate in like infecting that other person. So it's like, is the hive mind like pretty much all of humanity and like one rat? Like there's like one rat who's also a part of it? Because like they don't seem interested in infecting animals. Like they, like for them that's not like anything of importance or interest to them, you know? Whereas like they have dogs unaffected, and like, you know, let the animals roam free, seeing a buffalo. Oh. So it's like, I don't know, what is the rat infected? Is it a part of the hive mind, or is it just, you know, a little shit who just inevitably caused the end of the world? Let's see. Because like it seems like a little too smart for a rat to do that. Rats are smart. I don't think they're that smart. But yeah, it's like I think also that's kind of like the key to understanding the hive mind, is that it's like again, it's kind of argued that like, oh, the hive mind's good. The hive mind is just, you know, every single person put together. But then it's like, why did the first 2 people who got infected just like immediately decided to go and start infecting everyone else? Like the very first like the first woman who was infected, it's like, what why did she just like immediately kiss her like her lab partner, and then like immediately went and infected everyone else in the building? And it's like they then all worked on like improving the virus, where it's like it is such like a great scene with them all like doing the swabs and like swabbing their mouths and like taking turns, and like I don't know, it's like, again, I'm really curious how the hive mind works, and like what exactly goes into like the actual physics and science behind it. Gotcha. Did I get everything? Oh. There we go. There we go. That was the last guy. But yeah, it's almost like the virus is the thing that is taken over. Whereas like the virus has this biological imperative to spread, you know? Like, I don't think it's necessarily like a human thing when you get a disease or something happens to you that you're like, oh, you know what I should do? I should infect as many people as possible. Well, maybe some people think that, but those people are, bad people and weird. I got this disease. Well, everyone else should have it too. I'll be honest though, it does kind of, it pisses me off anytime I see someone like coughing or sneezing and like fucking do it into your elbow, for Christ's sakes. Like, I do not understand, like, particularly in public. Like, if you're in your own home by yourself, like, you can cough just however you like.
Another etching.
But if you are out in a public place and you are not sneezing or coughing into your fucking elbow, what are you doing? Like, even like, at least the hand is better. You shouldn't be coughing or sneezing into your hand, but like, just I don't know, man. It's a pet peeve of mine. That's also quite literally dangerous. Whatever you say, hot stuff. Whatever you say, handsome. See, how are you not gonna love the board?
Board, are you there?
They just said jolly good. Danger, director, board, rodent.
Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here?
Mystery.
Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball. Former. Yeah, we've had our differences. But it is giving me something I won't.
I mean, to be honest, I think the board might have a little bit of a point of, like, maybe it wants to limit the amount of power a director has, because, kind of seems to be a little bit of a theme of directors going mad with power. Although, to be fair, it's really just Northmore that did that. Trench tried to, but then he got infected by the hiss. Tried to avoid the whole going mad with power. Instead, he went mad with resonance. What a hipster.
I don't like you deciding what I can't have.
I will say that I love that moment so much because it's like, it does reveal that, like, when the board is saying stuff, like, are they saying slash out loud? Are they like, you are being reckless slash disobedient? Or, like, does Jessie see it in, like, writing in her head? Like, I really wonder how it's translated. The board's really calling Jessie out. Your fucking house is out of order. You you can't control yourself. You can't control your staff. You're out of control, Jessie. And that's the name of the game. You can't be doing that. Yeah, hey, thank you for tuning in. Well, it was great having someone in. Especially when talking about, like, I don't know, I really love both Control and Pluribus. I don't know, it's super interesting. really fun talking about them. So yeah, thank you for tuning in, and hope you have a wonderful night. I probably aren't going to be on for too much longer. Honestly, I might just call it after I do this because I am sleepy. But yeah, appreciate you sticking around. Alright. Ha, I don't even need that. I can just fly. Why build platforms when you can just glide around?
I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers.
Oh, let's go find the former. Hey, buddy.
Hi there. It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it? So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are? Hungry? I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it? Are you part of the board? Or used to be? Okay, so you split because the board blamed you for... Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone? I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
What is Former trying to tell me about the board? Should I trust either of them?
Probably not. But they're kind of cute, right? I don't know, I find those scamps to be adorable. Both Former and the board. Just a couple of cuties. Take me up the cave bleed. No. Alright, I'm doing this. Aha. Oh, damn it. Fine. Okay, well, I'm calling it quits here. Well, on the other hand, I could go for 9 more minutes, and then that way I can end the live stream after 4 hours and 20 minutes, which I think will be funny, especially now considering I don't consume as much THC as I used to. I will say it is kind of funny going from like being a stoner to like being much less of a stoner. Because like for me at least, the thing that helped me cut back on it and limit my use of it was I used to vape mostly. Oh,